Why? Why must you do this? Why? Why must you do this to me? Anyway, alright. Okay. We're gonna call this KSP segment Picking Up the Pieces from My Shattered Space Program. Mission Mode Part 242. So, fellas, I had a little bit of a problem. So you remember this footage from U.S. Launch Report? What happened? That. If you didn't see the stream yesterday, I had a little bit of a fueling anomaly on the pad. I think I know what caused it, but I'm not 100% sure. With that being said, I lost the pad, I lost the SSTO, and I lost the lab that had all the science in it. At least that person's strong back almost held up the payload. The big SSTO obliterated itself on the pad, Solaire. I had a Kraken strike, and it was behavior that I've never seen before. Needless to say, I'm out about $1 million. I didn't know the almost 6 footage was that crisp. Yeah, U.S. Launch Report proceeded to get all their media credentials revoked after that. Yeah. SpaceX didn't like that they posted that footage. But yeah, Bill, I know what you're saying, dude. A lot of Apollo stuff was off the shelf. Like the crawler transporter, for instance. The crawler transporter wasn't off the shelf, but it was made out of steam shovel parts. So I don't know, guys. I don't really want to go back to small ops, but so I could ask chat to vote on a project, but I have this thing, like with the SSTO, like, do we really want to do that? Do we want to fund more development of the SSTO? I'm pretty sure that chat doesn't want to do that. And I'm pretty sure that I didn't want to do that either. I wanted to get the SSTOs up and running and profitable. So yeah, apatoxin noted. I don't have enough money in game to do it, Bill. To be honest, I'm sick of going back to the small one. I'm pretty sure all of you are at this point. I'm done with the SSTO now. Freaking mod, dude. Alright, well, let's go take a look in here. Man, it's so close to being perfect, dude. We gotta do our time warps for the day. We're way past the next crew rotation. The crew has been up there for double the time that I originally wanted. Do you also need to kill the science for the revert? The science is sitting in the science laboratory over there. I just won't use it. I'll just leave it there. I mean, it's not doing anything. They're experiments, though. That's hard to get rid of, Smirks. The SSTO is giving way too many problems. $30 billion it and move on. Do you really want to do that? Wow, that's a very mixed response. Man, we got a hung jury here. I was not expecting that. Well, what's the total expenses for the SSTO? I'd say if we compound you guys' development costs, right? You compound the development costs that you guys had with the profit that I made from the small SSTO, we're in at about 10 mil. But you usually don't compound the profit from SSTO with the development costs. That's not a really good way to economy. So I'd say I've generated about $2 million in revenue, and you guys have funded it at like $8 million. So we're still in the hole about $6 million Kerbucks. So what are the other options if we scrap the SSTO? I don't know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dead Crew, 14-month resub. I think it's time we re-baseline the SSTO project. Return on investment doesn't come overnight. Yeah, Battle Rock, that was 2 days ago. An expendable rocket made of SSTO parts. Bill, it's crazy how art imitates life in this case, I guess. Will we be stuck in months of development for something new? Yeah, Hayes. Yeah, pretty much. That's the thing. Guys, like, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Let's not Elon time ourselves here. We get rid of the SSTO, we test something else, we're going to be in development till the end of the year. At least. A month and a half of development for a new launch vehicle? I don't know, man. Draco, 42-month resub. We have received a strange shipment. It appears to be a tank full of Babelfish? Some of the boys in the lab stuck them in there. Now they... What? I don't know what that means. Oh crap, I read the title. The SSTO blew up on the pad, Sirius. It was out of family behavior on the vehicle and the pad that was caused from installing that mod the other day. But if we don't move on, we'll be stuck chasing the SSTO and its flaws. Chasing the Kraken. Well, Shaw, here's the thing. I am 90% sure that fault was from reloading the scene while the SSTO was on the pad. I'm pretty dang sure that that's why that blew up. Look, I've launched 5 or 6 SSTOs off of that pad. I've never seen that before. The only difference between the past ones and this one was that I reloaded the scene because the docking port, uninstalling the docking port mod, screwed up everything. It was the big one, it blew up on the pad, which didn't end well for me. Guys, I'll be honest with you. The SSTO is kind of ending up like SLS. And I'll say it once, I'll say it again. You shouldn't cancel stuff. You shouldn't cancel stuff that flies. The SSTO works. There's a few kinks to work out with the payload integration and a few kinks to work out with the... I'll be honest with you. I don't think there's any kinks to work out with the pad. I think the pad works just fine. I think we could launch it about 100 more times. And as long as I didn't uninstall and install the mod, right, I think it'll work. What was the reason the mod was uninstalled? I did not like the behavior that it was doing with the vehicles. It was... Look, it fixed docking ports and it broke other things. Can we verify using mass simulators? I already verified it using a mass simulator twitching. I fueled up 1,300 tons on that pad. I know it'll hold it up. I am 100% sure that behavior was from uninstalling the docking port. Guys, I want that SSTO to work. I really do. I want it to work. Not trying to be a dick, but how many failures versus how many flights has the big SSTO had? The SSTO I've launched 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I've launched it 5 times, and yeah, 5 times. So the first time I flew it, it deployed the payload. First time I flew it, it deployed the payload, and then it crashed from the structural testing, from the structural problem that it had. Okay? The second time I flew it with upgraded landing gear. That one came back. It came back because I greased the landing and it didn't crack and strike. But I said at the time, I could never land it like that again if I tried. The third one, I launched it. I didn't grease the landing. That one exploded. And then we did a lot of testing to figure out the structural problem. I did about 500 G's worth of testing. Fixed that. The fourth launch, this was with number 9 now, that worked. The fifth launch, that worked. And we were going for the 6th launch and it blew up on the pad because of the docking port problem. I can't delete the science, Hibbit. It's not science gained, it's science experiments. I just won't use the experiments. It's better to just leave it there. Just leave it there and let it do its thing. Guys, like I said, I'm 90% sure that was from the docking port anomaly. I'm pretty dang sure. I want to push to get the big SSTO working. And here's what I mean. I said I'd do that. Like you guys, some people say like, oh, you've already done it in good faith. Yeah. I want to do it. Now, with that being said, dumb question, but is it within the rules to just chalk it up to a crack and strike and revert? Here's the thing. A lot of people like to say that Kerbal is inconsistent. It's inconsistent in its physics simulation if you reload the scene. Kerbal, as long as you don't leave the scene, is very, 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 very accurate with its physics simulation. Reverting, time warping, and changing scenes, that messes with the physics a little bit. Reverting messes with it the most. Reload, which is a scene reload, that messes with it the most. Time warping doesn't mess with it too much, but you got to time warp at the right time. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is that problem was me. I screwed that one up because I installed that stupid mod. I installed the stupid mod and it changed the physics of how it works because it's designed to fix the structure of the docking ports. And it ended up fusing the main docking port on the SSTO, and it screwed up a whole bunch of other things. You guys remember when I messed with KML yesterday? You saw the parts that were wrong? That's why I'm like 90% sure it was fixing it with KML and putting it on the pad doing a scene reload. That caused that problem. It screwed with the hierarchy somehow. Like I said, 90% sure that if we put the SSTO out on the pad right now, with clean crap files that don't have the module docking fix on them, it'll work just fine. However, we don't have the money to do that. Now, I know you guys don't want to go back to just flying the small SSTO all the time. I get it. So, here's my proposal. I'm the engineer, I'm the chief engineer for this space program. Here's what I'm thinking. The Freedom rockets. Let's use the Freedom rockets right now in the capacity that we would use the large SSTO. We won't have down mass capability. Okay? But we'll use it for the large SSTO. We'll use that to do what the large SSTO can do. I'll go back in and we'll get the Freedom rockets out of mothballs and we'll rebuild the pad. I'm pretty sure we have the money to do that. Now, with that being said, The small SSTO we will keep using for crew because I have there's no crew, there's no capsule to go on top of the Freedom rocket. So I'm thinking we'll use the small SSTO, dedicated crew for station rotations, right? I still have an SSTO in the hangar. We have the small one. We still have SN7. And we'll get the Freedom rockets up and running. I think, Vanguard, it would be... We had 4 Freedom 10 rockets left over from the lunar program, but in-game, that was years ago. So, they would have been museum pieces by now. So, new stock is what we need. I think that's the right move, dudes. I'll reactivate the Freedom program, and... Guys, that's not the first time something like that has happened. That's happened in real life. That's the reason why this rocket exists. Titan 4 was a response to the loss of launch capability from the Challenger disaster. So they actually ended up reactivating the Titan program. To confirm, this isn't abandoning the big SSTO, just using Freedom for now. I need revenue. I need revenue, and I need the Freedom rocket to do revenue missions. It's as simple as that. So the Air Force actually phased out Titan rockets in the early 80s. They were gonna say, "Yep, we're done," right? And what they ended up doing is shutting down the Titan program. And then after Challenger, and when the Air Force pulled out of the space shuttle program, they reactivated it. They rebuilt the factory for the Titans. Honestly, I felt we could have still used the 4 leftover cores way back when, too. Alright. I mean, if you want to, sure. Why not? Yeah, Bill, for the most part. Titan 4 ended up flying until 2005, man. Yeah. The last Titan 4 went off in 2005. And then their pads got abandoned, and then Atlas and Falcon took the pads on the west and the east coast. Funny story. So, let's look at some things here. You really like the original Warcraft 3, not the Reforged. Oh, alright, Brady. That's cool. I'm not really too big of a Warcraft player. I was more of a StarCraft player back in the day, but yeah, good to know. Alright, so... let's re-baseline this. So, Launch Vehicle Prototype 3. Where are we at here? If you're so confident that it will launch and make money, why not risk the save over it? Have Chad have the ability to fund a loan. Loans kind of complicate things, Jim. Do I have a deadline to pay back the loan? Or, like, I think that might be something that might be a type of content that I don't really want to necessarily introduce. That, and I don't believe in taking out loans that could put you in potential permanent debt. Yeah. Learn that one from experience. So, yeah, let's think about this. Let me get the music going. What did you say, Anthony? You did the test. The testing I did yesterday was with the docking port fix installed. I removed it and the SSTO exploded the first time, but it didn't the second and the third time. Also, there was no fused docking port issue at all. I'm also people sad. The latest Falcon Forza Horizon 5 update corrupted my game file, so now I have to reinstall 100 gigabytes of it again. Pfft. This requires some till the end of the night? Wow, it's been a while. We want to do that? You got it. All right, so let's take a look at the Freedom Rocket here. This was the last variant of it that we made. What does this look like? We had a skiff. Oh, a skiff upper stage. No. We were using the Poodle. We were using the Poodle with the split stage like this. We're going back to Freedom Rockets to make some... Yeah, and I'm doing it to make some cash so I can make the money back. We'll keep the small SSDO for launching crews right now, but I'm going to reactivate the Freedom Rocket program, until we have well enough capital to be able to fund the SSDO, and if one blows up on the pad, we can still do other things. What happened? The SSDO had an anomalous problem with its docking port because of a docking port fix, that docking port mod that I installed into the game that didn't work how I wanted it. I uninstalled it, and basically the leftover code there, Kraken struck my SSDO. That's what happened. Yeah, I don't really want to watch it. It's very, very hard to watch. Play Halo CE Anniversary because it's the 20th anniversary and it's the original Xbox. But yeah, maybe some other time. Okay. All right, let me take a look at the costs here. It's like my roommate's wife, who was with NASA on that fateful day and was on Challenger's launch crew. Oh. Freedom's in expendable mode? Not necessarily, some new. What's Proto 4? Yeah, see, I was launching it with these extended stages before. That's not a bad idea. It messed with her head and she quit immediately. I'm trying to gain my bearings. I haven't loaded up these craft files in a little while. I'm trying to see if I have a master craft file. There's the smart prototype. That was the flyback one. All right. So that stage costs. This is 56K. Does it mean we're going back to the moon with Freedom? It could, Platinum. So, it could. What I need to do is I need to go in and I need to just figure out costs. So the smart truck is 23. So that means the smart prototype booster is about 30, a little over 30 G's right there. Okay, the second stage is 25 grand, not minus the truck. The truck's probably more expensive than the stupid stage at that point. How much does the Freedom Rocket cost? Yeah, about 50. That's with 9 tons of payload. And the first stage does that nutso flyback. So Nifodia, Freedom 10 used a flyback stage, but it's a flyback stage that flies engines first, and it has a toroidal wing on it to provide lift. So if you picture like an airplane, right? An airplane has its wings that are on the side like this, right? And then you have your fuselage right here, right? All I did was wrap the wings around the booster. It probably wouldn't work too well in real life. It probably wouldn't generate as much lift as you might think, but in Kerbal it works just fine. I don't think it would have worked in real life, but the first stage can come back and it can land like an airplane. It has to land at a little bit of a high rate of speed because it doesn't have flaps. But yeah, though where the grid fins are actually rudders and it's a rudder and elevator control right there, and we use differential lift from the elevators to roll the vehicle as well. So it actually flew back like an airplane, and it has tricycle gear, etc., and it would fly back and land. It works, but you're lugging these jet engines around with you. If we're gonna baseline this again, this is LV3 prototype 4, so this was 10B. There's 10C, and well, let's just go with Freedom 10 prototype 4. Because I don't want to call it 10D. Prototype 4. Last time I worked on this was January 11, 18, 21. Alright, so we're at a vehicle cost of about 50 G's. And we can get about 20 of that back with the first stage. So let's think about this. Let me think about how I want to do this. And why not? Why shouldn't we call it that? Because you'll see. All right. Okay. So let's start up at the top. Payload fairing. I don't think we need to change anything up here. Everything up there works just fine. So we're at about 50 G's for a booster, right? And we could still get our first stage back, potentially. Calling it 4 is very fitting. Alright, now let's go look at its pad. There's the recovery vehicle, which we recover, so that's not a big deal. The R65 crane is 85. Crew access tower we don't need. And this is Freedom 10's launch pad right here. 28K. But this is not upgraded. That's for LV2, so this is still... We would have had 3 tanks here. Well, Matt, that's what I'm kind of looking into. Yeah, we have way better engines nowadays. Let me go see if I can find Freedom 10's pad. LV3, fueling trucks, Freedom 7 adapter, LV3 had 1 crane. There's the extended crane for building a much larger vehicle. That was one of the last things we did to the Freedom program. I gave it a much bigger crane so we can make a much taller rocket. Yeah, we'll be using that. So that's 100K for the crane. I need money, drummer. Long story short, I'm not going to ask chat for more development funding for the SSTO. So I'm going to reactivate the Freedom program to fill in the gap where the big SSTO would be. Obviously, we can't reuse. We don't have down mass capabilities, so we're not bringing stuff down. But, yeah, we're gonna work on it that way. I think you can create the original series Enterprise. You could, but without the warp engines, it's kind of useless. LV2 pad 1A R8. Yep. Alright, here's the last version of the pad that we used. It's 35K. Because of course it is. Okay. It's nice. Very simple. Man, that thing is so simple compared to the SSTO pad. Jeez. Okay. Okay. So it's 100K for the crane, 35K for the pad, and 50K for a booster. So we can launch a Freedom rocket for about 170K, and I have 450,000. So we have a little bit of a flexibility here to do some missions. 185, yeah, sorry. We'll round that up to 200. So it's 200K to initially get that program back up and running. And basically 50K subsequent. But if we get our first stages back, then it could be different. Cool, Brady. Yeah, no. You're like Kirk. Did you see Captain Kirk flew into space, buddy? Well, Leonard Nimoy's from my neck of the woods, dude. I grew up not that far away from where he grew up. At a different time period, though. Alright, so yeah, we could basically get Freedom back up and running for about 200K, and that's in expendable mode. So, if we did 300K, that's 3 Freedom launches right there. Yeah. I'm not bringing Dart back. Well, the first thing we need to do, guys, is make enough money with Freedom to get the small SSDO's pad back up and running. Once the small SSDO's pad is back up and running, we can use the small one for crew rotations, keep launching the Freedom rocket for revenue missions, and then I'm talking, like, because the SSTO and its pad, the big SSTO and its pad is like 1.2, 1.3 million. I'm talking about getting like 4 or 5 million set up with this thing. And going from there. Freedom rocket? Yep. What's Dart? It's a mini shuttle, and it was a piece of junk. Okay, so we have some leeway here to get Freedom back up and running, and that's what I wanted to figure out. So, now, with that being said, how much is the small SSTO to put out? I just need to do some costs here. I need to get some ballpark figures because, yeah, like I said, rebaselining. Rebaselining usually leads to some delays, just like NASA, right? Same case. It's the same case here. I set up mission mode to be the same way. So, 132 for the crane. We have 132 for the SSTO and the jet truck, so that's 264K. And then where's its launch pad? $435. Oh, that's with the SSTO on it. Okay, cool. Pad's about 300K. So 264, and then LV-5A Launchpad R8 seems to be the last updated version. 271. So 264 and 271. So I'd say we need about 600K. Oh, man. We need about 600K to get going. To get the small SSTO going again. So I think we're going to operate Freedom rockets basically until we get back up to 1 million. Then I can support small SSTO and Freedom at the same time. But don't worry, Freedom takes 2 seconds to put together and integrate. It's really, really easy to mess with. Yeah, look at this. Well, look at this little thing. So busy now. All right. So that's the goal. The goal is bust out Freedom rockets and get them going until we get to about 1 million. And then we can get the small SSTO running. And then after that, get up to like 2 or 3 million. So we got... That's probably good for... I'm doing the economics out in my head. Ooh, yeah, we're going to need a lot of Freedom launches. Let's just say that the average launch campaign for one satellite is about 100K. If we want to get to 3 million, that's going to take 30 launches. Or we want to get to 3 million, it's going to take 30 launches. At 50K a pop. But but we could also introduce some small upgrades into the rockets to get them back or something. Okay. 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 There are about 30 Freedom launches. What about a crew pod? Small SSTO will be used for crew. I'm not gonna design a new crew vehicle for them. Screw that. We have the small SSTO, and I know that the small SSTO works just fine. That one works fine. Everything on that thing works fine. And if we're not gonna swap payloads out, right? I'm just going to keep the crew tank in there. And then, yeah, that's it. It's just going to be used for crew. No cargo missions for the SSTO. It's easier, quicker, and probably... It's cheaper. It's cheaper to launch Freedom rockets because okay, so Freedom costs 50K. The small SSTO costs 10K worth of fuel, okay? So the small SSTO is way cheaper, right, than a whole Freedom stack. If we're operating Freedom in expendable mode, is 50K a pop. The SSTO is 10K. But here's the thing. The SSTO can only move 2 tons into orbit. Freedom can do 10. So it can do 5 times as much. And it's 5 times the price. But 5 times as much means I could ride share missions. So that means the profit. So say I launch a small SSTO and we make 100K on the mission that it launched. Well, 10K of that is used for fuel, right? And then we make 90. Freedom can launch like 4 of those things. It can launch 4 small sats all at once. So that's 400K for a rocket that costs 50. And if I figure, reusing the first stage, 350K for the rocket in expendable, you get it back, it's 380K. But, see, like, you'd think, like, oh, just use Freedom for everything then. I basically am. The only thing I'm going to use the small SSTO for right now is just cruise. I'm just going to use it to put crew in space. The reason why I'm going to do that is because, well, Freedom has no way to get stuff down. And getting people down would be good, and I might as well use what I already have. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So we have a plan. We have viability for this. Totally viable. So yeah, this is good. This is a good plan. I like it. It's not bad. So let me think. Graham, basically, I don't have enough money. I don't even have enough cash to get the small SSTO going right now. I have enough for Freedom. So that crew is going to have to stay up there for a little while. Probably 100 more days in game, I'd say. All we need about 600K to get the small SSTO program up and running, right? That's with no breathing room. If we get $1 million, which should be about 10 Freedom launches, which I could probably do in a week or something. Just commercial missions, then we're good to go. Yeah, the small SSTO will be pretty much good to go by the end of the month. And then we can use December to launch those Freedom rockets. And I need about, like I said, 4 million with the small SSTO pad out and Freedom working. We need a couple mil. Once we get that, then we can go. I want to basically get to a point where I have enough overhead to where if this happens with the big SSTO again, we can handle it and it's not a problem. Programma Weldenden dominant. Cool. All right. Let's go look at Freedom now. So we're going up here. LV3 prototype 4. So the payload fairing we don't need to screw with. EJ check Discord for Freedom 10 assembly checklist website. Website is bottled, so I screenshotted it for you, so I figured you may have forgotten details. Oh, alright, cool. Thanks, Vin. Give me 1 second, dudes. Putting on the football game. You might hear some audio in a second here. Nope. Alright, we're good. I don't have enough money to get the small SSTO working, Barrel. I'm putting Freedom back into service. We're doing it Titan 4 style. Alright. Alright, let's see if we can do some engine upgrades to this thing. So we have 4 Bobcats in there that are clipped into each other. What do the 4 Bobcats in the first stage weigh? So they weigh 2 tons, and they put out about 400 each at 290 specific impulse. Hey, Unity. The swivel engines. What's the Bobcat's gimbal? 5 degrees of gimbal. What about the swivels? What's the LVT-45? It's 3. Okay. And we have that variant that they... Ooh. How much thrust do one of these make? 215. So let's take a look. If we had 4 Bobcat engines. 4 Bobcat engines at $2,000 a pop was 8. That was 8 G's. And if we had 7 swivels, that's actually about the same. So that's 8,400. Now the Bobcats made 400 kilonewtons of thrust, so 400 times 4, so that's 1,600 kilonewtons of thrust. These things make 200 and, well, they make 167 actually. So 167 times 7 is 1,169. What's the specific impulse of this? 250, 320. If we had 9 of these things, right? So once again, let me mess with this. So 4 Bobcats. What is this? Okay. So I just got to do some calculations out because I'm just trying to. I'm wondering if the Bobcat is the best engine for the job. Like, no, not right now. I'm sorry, man. Not right now. I need to figure this out because I'm really annoyed with that big SSTO, dude. Like, sorry, I'm not trying to be mean. Like 900 Flykin or something like that. Mine's the G20. Just if you're looking for an entry level wheel, the G29, the same wheel that I use. Trust me, you'll be fine. Where was I? So 2,000 times 4 is 8 G's worth of motor. And these things go at 374 times 4 make 1,496 kilonewtons of thrust. So for 8,000, we're getting 1.5 meganewtons of thrust, okay? So now with the swivel engines, right, they make 167. If we had 167 times 9, what does that give us? That gives us 1,503, so it gives us about the same amount of thrust off the pad. Now, that's 1,200 times 9, and that's 10,800 worth of engines. So 9 of these is about the same thrust, right? About the same thrust, but 2,800 bucks more. Okay. Now that's sea level impulse. Now let me just try vacuum impulse. So vacuum impulse on the Bobcats is 400. So 400 times 4 is 1,600. Vacuum impulse on these is 215 times 9, which is way more thrust on the high end. $13.5 minus 8. Yeah, we gained 5.5 tons. That's right. Trying to see a TWR calculation here, but it's not giving it to me. Let's try that. So, this is heavier, but we get better thrust across the board. How's a single Mammoth engine? Mammoth. I forget which one is the Mammoth. $15 tons at 4,000, but that's not the right core diameter, and I don't want to pay 115K for it, Zero. 115K makes getting the small SSTO more difficult. Quad vectors, the cost needs to be low. Bobcats seemed like the cheapest thing there. So that's 8,000 right there, and it makes less thrust than 4 Bobcats, but 4 Bobcats at 2 tons, but that would be a little bit lighter. Too radical of a change. What about the Thoroughbred? The Thoroughbred makes 1,500 to 7,000. I want to. Oh, no, no, no. The crane can't lift 70 tons, damn it. No, I need to get the boosters back. And I'm not making a recovery ship to go and get it every time. So it either needs to fly back or we're going to go do a Falcon 9, which is kind of where I was going with this. Barrelages, yeah, maybe. How much does that thing cost? The Thoroughbred costs about 27K, and that's how much the Freedom stages pretty much cost, but we get them back. Spin launch? Ugh. Stop. Just. Shh. Shh. It's expensive, but we get more performance. You're going to get more performance out of it, Bearlicious. So for the price, it can perform better than that liquid fuel stage. If we could just improve the TWR on these just a little bit, they would be really good. Is there a reason for not using the RS-25? I'm not using shuttle engines if I can't bring them back to must. Because tossing shuttle engines into the ocean is idiotic. Well, that one hit kind of close to home. Thoroughbred costs $27,000 to unlock. Its price for use is $9,000. Oh. No, I made an engineering decision, Canadian. Long story short, I don't even have enough money to get the the small SSTO program above ground. So I reactivated my Freedom program, and we're going to use that to basically fill in the gaps where the big SSTO would have been for now, albeit in a expendable or partially reusable capacity, until I get enough capital to get that big boy going again, and you know, can afford having it blow up on the pad, because yeah, I hate doing this. So basically I'm going with redundant dissimilar architecture. I'm Titan 4ing this thing. I'm not getting rid of the SSTO. That big SSTO is too good. Seriously, it's too good for what it is. Like, if all I got to do is just get that thing working correctly, and it's not going to take much more, because remember, that RUD was caused by that stupid freaking mod. It was caused by the mod. I know it was caused by the mod. So, yeah, we're just gonna roll with it. We're gonna roll with getting the Freedom rockets back up and running. I'm just thinking, if we introduce a slight overclock into this, we should be good. Now, let me think about this again. If I get these swivels, see last. Van makes a good point. Is a 10% overclock allowed for free? Yeah, the fee is paying for the cow controller. Of course it is. Yeah, gotta add the cow controller. Yeah, that's expensive. That's adding cost. So I need better FADEX. Well, I was overclocking the shuttle engines by 120%, Vanguard. I don't see why we couldn't do it here. Or we could switch to a Freedom rocket that has a $9,000 first stage that literally does the same thing. How do you overclock engines? With a cow controller. What about SRB flyback? You do like the Ares 1 idea? I don't know if I have a crane that can lift 140 tons of booster. Guys. That's what I'm thinking, John. Why bother? Well, we have to refurbish them. We don't have a choice. Test lifting. It shouldn't take long. We'd have to test the crane lifting this. It's at midnight, Sirius. The thoroughbred is there. Thoroughbred, dude, that could be useful. I mean, it's 9 Gs, man. But we do have to fuel it every time, but then again, we have to fuel the liquid fuel every time. Like, I'm thinking, dudes, I'm thinking. I mean, we'd have to put verniers on the thoroughbred. That affords us no roll control. How much is the entire first disagree right now? What? Stage. In this configuration, 41. Yeah, 41. Actually, it's probably less than that. But this rocket is not too incredibly capable. 28K for this. Yeah, I couldn't figure out what the autocorrect was. Barrelicious, I'm sorry. Going back to basically just to supplement the capability, basically to fill in the gap of the big SSTO for now. Lols. Yeah. I just need the gap for the SSTO. That's all. So I need something to do what the big SSTO can do until we can get enough money to get the big SSTO back and working and not have to worry about it blowing up on the pad, ruining our space program. Basically have enough capital to be able to withstand a RUD. Now, once again, the small SSTO, I mean, I don't even have enough cash to get that thing working right now. Don't have enough cash for the small SSTO. So we're going to need to re-baseline Freedom and get it operational. Guys, I think that it might just be better to, the RUD not the game's fault, though. The RUD stemmed from me installing that stupid docking port mod, lols. That's what the RUD came from. Well, I don't really see the need to fly back the SRB mile. I'm going to start banning people that say spin launch in chat. I'm not even kidding. It's not even funny as a joke. Shut up. Okay, maybe I'm kidding a little bit. It doesn't make sense for a 7,000. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that thoroughbred's really good, man. You know what? I'm about to just say, I mean, dude, I want this 9-engine one. Nine engines with an overclock could do us right. How big is the extended first stage? I did an extended variant that has 3 of these tanks down here. And these were still enough to get that thing to lift off the pad correctly. There's no overclock there. And what's the TWR off the pad with this? 1.53. Now let me just add 18K to the front here and just close that off. Off the pad. Oh, that's in symmetry. Hold on. Wait a minute. You tell me I added 36 tons to this thing and it still has enough TWR with the 4 Bobcats? I'm using the Freedom rockets to bank some cash to make up money so we could fund development for the SSTO. I'm not taking any more seed money from chat. The only funding from chat is going to be funding from missions. All right, you guys, we're already like 8 million in the hole with the SSTO program with funding from you guys. I haven't turned a profit in months. Thrust to weight ratio, Oriole. All right, I need to mess around with So let's write down the extended Freedom booster right here. Let's just do baseline without the payload attachment fittings or anything like that. Let's just go like this. What are we talking about here? This has 4,400. I'm just writing down booster 3 data. Thrust to weight ratio is 1.68, and we're making and our mass right now, fully fueled, is 91.7 T. Honest question, why can't we bring back the flyback first stage you had? The one with the ring of fins around the base of it. Honest answer. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing, Synerd. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that we've unlocked since the Bobcat that can be put in here, or any other engine configuration that would be more preferable for whatever. This is just a little design study that I'm working on. If not, I'll just go with the Freedom 10C variant that has the 4 Bobcats with the flyback and go from there. I'm just trying to see if there's any other engine configurations that I didn't think of before, or another engine configuration that would be more preferable for reusability. Maybe some vertical landing is in our future, is what I'm trying to tell you. I just want to know I let you set you an important message in the stream.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Shaggy, 41-month resub. You have a Vector. You could try one of those. A Vector engine, Synerd? Dude, we need to keep the costs down. What are you talking about? Vector engines don't make any sense for a first stage. Alright. So that's with the 4 Bobcats. The TWR is 1.68 on that one. 500 kilonewtons of thrust. Mass is 91.7. Right now, with this, our mass is 96.6. Right, so we're 5 tons heavier, like anticipated. TWR is 1.59. 1511 thrust. It's no good. Yeah, and we were at 4,400 Delta V before, and now we're at 33. It increased TWR, but we're still down on Delta V. Yeah, that's not going to work. I still maintain the price and simplicity of the SRBO. Yeah. I know I said this a while ago, but how about overclocking the aero spikes? I really think the potential there is worth at least looking at. These aero spikes have no gimbal, and I'm not paying 24 grand for it if I'm not sure I'm going to use it. That right there was 3,200 bucks to unlock. So yeah, I'm not doing that right now. Yeah, guys, the 4 Bobcats seem to be the. We had it right. That was the best solution. Yeah, I just looked at that creation. It was a little bit more Delta V with way more TWR, and it looked ridiculous. So yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I have the game on. I didn't see the touchdown though. Vulcan, I'm exploring options for the Freedom Rocket right now. It's basically where I was gonna go with it. These are basically, guys, these are basically the options that I wanted to go with the Freedom Rocket if we'd kept going with it. If I had wanted to keep going. I wanted to convert Freedom into a vertical landing system. So I wanted to Falcon 9 it. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's kind of the reason why I wanted to see what 9 Reliant engines looked like. They looked awesome. They looked exactly like what I wanted. But they're a little bit on the heavy side. But what's the Bobcat? What's the Bobcat's vacuum? 310. What about that? It's 320. But these are a little bit heavier, and they suck for efficiency down here. No, Crumpet. The SSDO blew up on the pad yesterday. I don't have enough money to freaking... The SSDO blew up on the pad. Big SSDO blew up on the pad with payload and fully fueled on the pad. I lost like $1 million Kerbucks. I don't even have enough money to get the small SSDO running right now. Yeah. So, I chose to reactivate the Freedom program to bridge the gap of what the big SSTO would be doing, putting transfer stages and whatnot on orbit. And we're going to use the small SSTO for crew, because that's an already developed crew transportation system that works just fine. But I don't have enough money for that right now. So what I need to do is I need to get Freedom basically as lean as possible. We need to find ways to save cost with this thing as much as we freaking can. So I'm just looking at different options. I'm looking at different things where we can maximize the usage of the Freedom rocket. Namely, I'm trying to see if I can ride share missions on it. Because if I can launch 2 satellites on orbit that each make 100K, that's better than launching 1. You know what I mean? So I'm looking at extending this, right? And I'm also kind of considering like stage reuse, like Falcon 9 style, because honestly, doing that it's not a bad idea. The LVT-30s are cheap, but they're not as cheap. 9 LVT-30s aren't as cheap as 4 Bobcats are, creation. That's the problem. I don't want to use SRBs, guys. SRBs complicate integration, and that'll make it so even if I do get liquid fuel stages back, we wouldn't be able to mess with them. Mounted the Bobcats in an X pattern. Yeah, James, it's all good, bro. Let me I want to look at this again. Oh, that collider is money. But yeah, we're gonna have some fitment problems. We'd have to go start redesigning the pad here because the nozzle collider is in the way. Damn, boy. Damn, boy. And that's Condor's old designer. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Watch yesterday's VOD, Spartans. Okay. Yeah, I see. I see what you're doing there. Yeah. Same idea, Vulcan. It just makes it look like I shut two of the nozzles off, right? Yeah, I got you. It happens, Karn. You know, like, fellas, I'll tell you, it didn't really piss me off. Like, it hurt. Like, that hurt that happened. Like, I actually felt physically stressed out. I wasn't angry. It was weird. Weird reaction. That's not the reaction I was expecting from something like that happening. I expected me to get pissed and just, frick this. I was just sitting there going, wow, that blows. You guys got ice cream? Lieutenant Dan, ice cream. Summer car was stressing me the frick out, dude. It was stressing me the frick out yesterday. I don't even have enough money for the small one, Killer Alpine. I gotta press the Freedom Rocket back into service. All right. So we don't want to screw with the engines. So here's what I want to check out, dudes. What are we talking about here? Like, how much can we get away with? How much can we stretch this design? So I don't know, C-22. A Kodiak engine? Nah, they don't have gimbal. I don't want that. Coming together, Hibbit. You're seeing it before our eyes. It's coming together, man. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta put this all together. Oh, Hibbit, that sucks. Alright, so say we're using it like this. What's the TWR at liftoff? Oh, that has satellites aboard. Alright, let's put 9 tons of payload here. What are we talking about with 9 tons in there? And then set this as route. What are we looking at? .05 off the pad in this configuration. For the most part, Killer Alpine, I can redesign it a little bit if we have to, like around a different engine. Yeah, 2-man rush Shaw, I saw it. What happens if I take this out here? Oh. Yeah, Kerbal, that's what I clicked on, right? 1.08 with the 4 Bobcats. Yeah, that's about... Right there is the theoretical maximum. Okay. How good is the second stage? I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, that's got a poodle up there, so I would assume it's pretty damn good. Maybe look at a slightly larger rocket, some sort of Jebstone derivative that can make it back to a landing. Bring Jebstone in, guys. We could do it. Jebstone would be expensive to bring in, though. I would really need to see if my crane can lift 140 tons. Because I would need to stack the SRB. I can't stack the SRB in segments. This is your layout with 8 Bobcats. Yeah, the 8 Bobcat layout. I remember that one, Jason. Yeah. Yeah, Rocket Guy did that. I can bring Jebstone 4 in. If Jebstone 4 is a cleanup rocket, actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea. I would need to retool some things on it to get it to work correctly. Jebstone 4 was not designed to be integrated, and we'd basically be throwing away the first stage, but we could do it. I'm pretty sure I have the craft file in here, but I've never used it. That's not that. The unicorn. Guys, it works. This thing can throw like 36 tons into space. It's freaking absurd. Yeah, that's Jebstone 6. I have Jebstone 6, but I don't have Jebstone... Yeah, What's a unicorn? Fabled creature, impossible to capture? I'd like to start a petition to rename the big SSTO to Eleanor. Yeah, Jebstone 6 worked, dude. It's a good rocket. Yeah, this would be really difficult to figure out how to integrate it. It would be tough. Let me show you guys Jebstone 4. Can't you load across saves in game now? Oh yeah. Huh. Too late. Oh, my dashboard reset. Give me 1 second. Oh. What in the heck? Not a good rocket, not the right craft file. That's my own. Jebstone 4 looks like Ares 1, guys, but it's my own design. This is the one. That's Jebstone 4 Block 2. Oh, ho, ho, ho. So much for 3rd and 9, Hibbit. So times the cost by 2, round up to the nearest 100th. This would cost 100K to bring in. It might be a good idea bringing the workhorse in. 50K, guys. This thing does 18 tons into low Earth orbit, or low Kerbin orbit. 18. It's not Ares 1X. As much as we want it to be Ares 1X, it's not Ares 1X. This rocket is a 4-segment shuttle solid rocket booster with an S4B, a Saturn V third stage basically on top of it. How expensive is the crane and the pad to bring out? $200K. It could serve you like a Soyuz. $200K for a pad, the crane. So the crane's 100K. The pad is 30K, and the stack was 50K. That's taking it 200K with stack included. We'd have to retool some things on Jebstone though. We have to retool it to basically interface with the pad. Not that big of a deal. And it also needs to be able to be stacked. I'm not canning the SSTO program. I'll use Jebstone 4 to make enough money to get it to work correctly. Watch yesterday's VOD if you're wondering what happened to the big SSTO. Yeah, that 48 was with the launch clamps. This thing cost 47. It's not Ares 1, Nuggets. Not even close. It bears a passing resemblance to it, guys, but it's not. Yeah, I have a twin, and yeah, I have a twin engine upper stage. 2 skiffs at 300K. 265, 330. Yeah, 265. Yeah, skiffs are good engines, man. This is more like a dual engine S4B, Synerd. That's what I mean. This is not Ares 1. It looks like it, but it's not Ares 1. I mean, I guess, Wookie. The Poodle is better. Yeah, but our TWR takes a nasty hit. Like I said, guys, we'd have to retool this thing a little bit. I have to basically make it so I could stack the payloads. Right now, my gantry crane, the last extension of the gantry crane was 3 kickbacks long, basically. Yeah, not tall enough. We need money as soon as possible. Why don't we stick with Freedom? This rocket is the same price and it does double what a Freedom can do. And, guys, so on a side note, the SRB makes it down in one piece. Yeah, the solid rocket booster it'll land. It lands out in the water. I could fish them out and bring them back, too, if we wanted to. How much, I'm curious to see how much that would be. The unlocked cost of a Clydesdale. Oh, the Clydesdale's gonna cost me 50,000. Can't do it. Yeah, I need to go get them. I don't have the boat in this save, Jason. I don't even have a pier. Pretty much passing. Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. I can't... I don't want to take another risk. If I unlock Jebstone 4, we basically would only have enough for one test flight. And if it didn't go right, we'd be done. That's it. I don't have any more cash. We could... In canon, we have 4 Freedom 10 extended left operating in expendable mode. We don't have the reusable ones. I was using the extended ones. So we have the extended Freedom rockets here. Which, once again, are the Freedom rockets that operate in expendable mode. No, not this one. I'm thinking, dudes. I'm thinking. Okay. Okay. We have these guys. It doesn't work anymore, Ryan. You have kickbacks. Yeah, of course I have kickbacks. We use them for structure all the time. Cluster the kickbacks? Yeah, then we have no control. Let's use what we have. Seriously, let's use what we have. Scott, here it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Anything interesting in this stream? I need to bring Freedom, my original Freedom rockets back into the fold here. And the reason why I got to bring them into the fold is because I don't even, the fallout from yesterday, I don't even have enough money to, I don't even have enough cash to bring the small SSTO back into the folds. So yeah, I'm pretty screwed in that regard. So yeah, let's just go. Yeah, I have to use what we have. So we have 4 of those Freedom rockets. Those extended ones with the extended upper stage. There was 4 of them left for launching 4 tankers to refuel the transfer stages. Yeah, let's put a rocket out and make sure that everything works correctly. Okay. Give me 1 second, dudes. What's the plan with mission mode? I literally just told you. When you asked me if anything interesting happened. I gotta use the Freedom Rockets to make enough money to get the small SSTO back up and running so I can restore crew capacity to low carbon orbit. The Freedom Rockets will take the place of what the big SSTO would be doing, minus the payload down mass capability. Once I have the small SSTO and Freedom up and running. We'll use those two in conjunction together for commercial missions and going back to the moon. But with the SSTO basically picking up the slack where DART left off, the small SSTO. We're going to do that until we have enough time to be able to get the big SSTO working correctly. That's what I'm going to do. That's the right move. Alright, so let's go LV3, Pad 1A, Revision 9, updated 11/18/21. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to upgrade my fuel capacity. That was a thing before that I wasn't really too happy with. This barely has enough fuel for one Freedom rocket. So what we're going to do, guys, is I'm going to switch to my big rockets. The big boy rockets. So that means using the bigger fueling trucks. We're going to switch to the fueling trucks that we developed for the big SSTO, which is 2 of these things. It's 2 S4 256s? Yeah, which should be enough for plenty of launches without refueling the pad. Save money that way. So that's what we're going to do. I'm not going to change the integration infrastructure for the pad at all. That's not changing at all. Hey, Blue. Is there a way to fix the issues that happened last time? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. How many? We lost 2 years of SSTO development, but we're not going to lose it because I'm going to bring it back. Don't worry. Okay. So let's go in here, get rid of this, get rid of this. Yeah, I see what I did here. Alright. We have batteries and we have some liquid fuel, but alright, screw that. Now I need to make room for the large fueling trucks here. So what we gotta do is gotta go in here like this. These gotta move outwards a little bit. So I have enough of a berth for the fueling truck. Then those need to go centered on there so the new fueling truck can dock. The cores that I had left, Vanguard for Freedom, initially were extendable. We're going to launch those 4 ones. I have 4 sitting in the hangar, technically. It's also very important to measure this. There. That's correct. Okay, now I just gotta center this. Okay, we're centered. Now we gotta move this out just a little ways. And then we gotta get the spigot docking port here that we use for refueling. That needs to move into the correct position. There we go. I'm just doing some quick upgrades to this pad. I'm upgrading it with the fueling infrastructure from the SSDOs, which gives us way greater fuel capacity. There we go. All right, we're centered. Perfect. Let's just check something here real quick. Let me put an engine on my attachment port right there, right? And then fuel delivery. Okay, that's working correctly. Don't you have rules for loading quick saves? No, I don't. I have no reloads. So Snickage, that bug, my rule is if it's something I've never encountered before, then you can reload. The bug, what happened to the big SSTO is a phenomenon that is well documented and known. The reason it happened is because I installed a mod and then I uninstalled it, and the leftover gunk from that screwed something up. That's the problem. That's why that happened. That was my fault. The SSDO works. I screwed up because I caved and freaking installed a mod to fix something, and it ended up, that mod to fix docking port strength ended up fixing a bunch of it fixed one thing, but it broke 1,000 others. And that was one of the things that it broke. So I uninstalled it. Yeah. It sucks, dude. Yeah, I put in repos freaking mod pulse and it docking port fix, and it worked as advertised, but the thing is, all of my other equipment that I had tested to take into account docking port drift, it broke that, and it broke the pad too. And even if you get rid of the mod, the docking port module is still on the damn craft file. So it ended up fusing a docking port on the launch pad. The interfacing point between the big SSTO and the pad, it screwed those docking ports up. And it ended up fusing it. And the game basically ended up... Okay, so you know the glitch that happened the last time we launched the big SSTO, where I launched it and it thought it was still at the pad? Literally that. That's what happened. It doesn't know it's docked together. The game knows it's docked... Like, the scene knows it's docked together, but the game doesn't know it's docked together. So when I reloaded the scene and came back, it literally broke my flange plate on the bottom. It broke the interfacing plate on the bottom of the SSTO and separated it. And it blew the whole thing to smithereens. I know exactly what happened, and I know exactly why it happened too, which really, you know, that seems like it sucks, guys, but it's not too bad. That's not really that big of a deal. I mean, the money is the big deal, right? But we get Freedom Rockets back, so that's kind of cool. But that's what happened. That's the problem. So, yeah, I I did a dumb and started changing things on stuff I had already qualified, which is... Yeah, that was pretty stupid. But it was one of those things that, you know, you don't know if it's going to be stupid until hindsight. It is hindsight now. And I fricked up badly. How's your space program shattered? All right. You guys want to put me through this? Fine. Dude, it's gonna be difficult to watch if you follow mission mode. No, don't do this right now. Chat, get down. I don't want to look. No, don't do this right now. Chat, get down. Yep, I saw it coming. That's about $1 million in game down the drain. You took the shattering of your hopes and dreams quite well. You know what, Kane? It's because I pretty much knew exactly what happened. I knew exactly what I did wrong, but it was one of those... Oh, it's not doing something that I... It's doing something that I don't want... Oh, no. Yep. Wait, why is it blowing up? Oh, the docking port That's why I was like, chat, get down. We're screwed. Yeah, I knew it was gone. Right when I saw the bottom flick out a little bit, I'm like, yep, we're dead. Yep, we lose. Game over. You lose. Yep. I had SN10 levels of boom. I think that's more solid oxygen permeation on composite overwrap pressure vessels type of boom. Yeah. Yep. Well, that was not ideal. Anyway, okay, that should be enough there. Now I've increased the fuel. So we've increased fuel tank capacity. All right, this thing should be set to jet, fellas. Retract that ladder. It was a bada boom. Yeah. You remember Big Bada Boom from the cab, right? You think Astra will get to orbit tonight? I sure hope so, man. We can move these in just a little bit more. There we go. All right. Alright, make sure no Kerbals are aboard. Good. Alright. Let's put this out. Does it need solar panels again? Yes. Can we add fireworks for igniters? I think we ditched this pad near the update. Why would I do that? That would mean I'd have to replace the igniters. No, King, I don't know for sure. Now I know, though. Because it's pretty, and you mentioned it. Yeah. I don't think we need to. Okay. We need to put more solar panels and batteries back into the pad. How's it coming? It's coming all right. It's coming all right, dudes. Yeah, I did that a long time ago, Wookie. It doesn't give you the dexterity that you think it does. See, I just adapted it for that fueling truck, which carries way more fuel. Where's the craft file that I just had? The hell? Oh, there it is. LV3, pad 1 AR9. There we go. Alright, we gotta give it some batteries. Before we had 4 of these rechargeables. You know what? I think I'll just put these in 4x symmetry, right? We'll just put them in the pad. There we go. And then we need some solar panels for them as well. Cool. Bro, I can't even land on the moon. Dethrone. You'll be able to when you have 10,000 hours in KSP, homie. I mean, I've been playing Kerbal for better part of a decade, man. When you get to this level, dude, that's when, you know, you'll start challenging. I mean, if you get that far, you'll start challenging yourself. So, this is a launch plate and a launch pedestal. So, launch pedestal and a launch plate for a rocket. So, like, Dethrone, like I said, this is not run-of-the-mill Kerbal gameplay. I build my own rockets. I build them outside of the VAB. I made my own VAB with Kerbal and its DLCs. I made my own. And I'm kind of dusting off an old design here because my cutting edge design right now it's cool, but I don't have, this is a career mode save, so I don't have enough cash for it. That's it right there. It's a single stage to orbit that can do 20 tons. So it can bring up 20 tons and it can bring down 20 tons. Problem is, it's super freaking expensive. And it decided to blow up on the pad last night. But yeah. Cutting edge is a bit too sharp right now. Yep. Okay, so now that this is out here, let's get the crane. Scary, you know what the messed up part is? KSP can do more. KSP can do more. I could stretch it more. I mean, look at the SSTO pad. We pretty much... Anth and I basically solved the SSTO, like, robotic drift with the pad. We figured out a way to get around it. Same vessel collision is the way to get around it. You gotta basically bend the parts back into place. That was something that if you told me about a year ago, I would have told you it's impossible. So, yeah. KSP can go more, dude. We can get crazier with it. Wait, you build your ships on the launch pad? Yeah, I roll out the first stage on a truck, I pick it up with a crane, and I stack it on the pad. I'll show you. Let me get the crane out. Dude, I was building payload hangars for these things. For the big SSTOs. I was building entire integration facilities. Like, this is a hangar for the SSTO. I made it out of SRBs. SRBs, when you take the fuel out of them, they make really good pipes. I don't know, John. Yeah, probably. Let's go over here. I need the crane. The crane. Nice. Boom. The only mod I've dabbled in with is Real Solar System. Well, Real Solar System is tough, Dethrone. That's a tough mod, man. But the thing is, I ain't using mods. This is done with the stock KSP with the 2 DLCs. No mods. I tried to put one in the other day, and I paid the price for that one. Yep, everything came in just fine. Have you ever modded KSP in the past? No. Okay, set this as pad 1A crane. Okay. This thing should be set to lander. Pad 1A R9 pad. Cool. Okay. Once upon a time, John. Man, these refs really like hearing themselves talk, huh? For people that are watching the game. That's not holding. Weren't you working on a... Yeah, once upon a time, John, but it went into development hell. Dude, me too. It feels like a Friday for some weird reason. I know exactly what you mean. It's very peculiar. Now you will die. Builder. I don't know. If people want me to put waterfall in, maybe. I don't know. I'm not. It's not really on my mind right now. My mind is getting this rocket ready, back up and running. Because it's Friday down under, mate. Yeah, you're right. Kerbal's really starting to... Alright, Herbal. Back to work, man. On a 1 to 10, how stoked are you for Kerbal 2? Oh, Dethrone, I've been following it since it's been developed. The developers, once upon a time, like, this is back before the world was as crazy as it is now. I went out and visited them when their development studio. Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty hype on it, dude. I know those guys. They're doing a good job. They really are. Intercept is great. Dethrone, one of my biggest things, dude, when they first announced Kerbal 2, you know, was, okay, you have Kerbal 2, and that's fine. But, like, who's developing it? Do they give a frick? Like, I was super worried about that. Like, you know, in the games industry nowadays, you know, development studios make games and it's just a cash grab. Battlefield. It's just rehashed stuff that's, you know, blatantly just a cash grab. And I was worried about that. But, you know, Private Division and Intercept, they did not disappoint me at all. I went out, I talked to them. These guys love KSP. The developers of KSP 2, the guys that are working on KSP 2, at least one of the guys that's leading it is a huge Kerbal nutcase. I just wanted to make sure that somebody made the sequel of Kerbal, you know, as that really understands the Kerbal and the community and really gives a frick. And Nate, the creative director, he absolutely does. Like, that guy, I'm very thankful we have somebody like that that's played KSP, that you know, grew up with KSP, right? Like, that's played it. Like, Nate was a Kerbal fan even before he was the creative director for KSP 2 by a long shot. So that was like my biggest thing, that the developers of KSP 2 know and understand this community and how, you know, tight-knit it is. We all know each other. Everybody. So it's just important to make sure that that's conveyed correctly, you know? And it absolutely was. So, like, when I went out there, I was like, nah, we're good. We're in good hands here. Everything is fine. I'm not worried at all. Oh. Come on, fuel truck. There we go. I don't know. Maybe. John, I don't know. I have to, Builder. I don't have enough. I lost so much cash yesterday that I don't have enough money to launch even the small SSTO right now, dude. So, yep. Pretty fricked on that front. So I decided, you know, let's put Freedom back into use. And Freedom will... Two of Atlanta's receivers just ran into each other, trying to catch a ball. So we'll put Freedom back into use, and it'll take up this. It'll pick up the slack that the big SSTO was supposed to do, because they have similar payload capacities, right? And yeah, we'll just kind of go from there. Four freedoms for initial evaluation to see how much money we make TARS, and then we'll probably end up ordering more. Thing reminds you of a sand crawler. Yeah, I see it. Let's see if Verbal decided to skip forehead day. Nope. The small guy is for crew launches, because that's an integrated crew system that gets me right back to the runway. If I was going to make a pod or something for Freedom 10 right now, that would bog us down in development time. So basically what I'm going to do, dudes, is we're going to use Freedom to get enough money to be able to get the big SSTO, or small SSTO and Complex 3 up and running for crew launches. And, yeah, then we're gonna... then we're gonna use both the small SSTO for crew rotations, and then we're going to use Freedom to basically contract stuff out, and we're going to use both of those to... We can pursue the lunar program again, and we can continue the lunar program and go out to the moon and stuff, and then once we get enough money to get the big SSTO working again, that's when we can start doing real crazy stuff. The idea is I want money to be able to support the big SSTO and not have to worry about, if it fails or something, screwing us completely. That's what's hampering the big SSTO program. I don't have anything else. We should have overlapped it, and we should have kept using Freedom rockets. That, you know, but then again, I made the small SSTO first, and so I made the small SSTO first. That was designed to replace Freedom, but yeah. Collins or Riot? Oh. All right. I needed to get the info about the last Freedom rocket that we went to launch some time ago. I'm gonna put that note in there so I know. Freedom config returned. The last booster first stage that we used was 131. 31 and 38. That's... Alright. So the mission mode log is ready to go. What I'll do here, guys, for this test is I'll test putting the rocket together. Oh yeah, 125th, excuse me. Thank you. I'll test putting this sucker together and we'll see what it does. It's been a while. Yep, and just as the mission mode file indicates, this will be 132, and then we need 239. Change the serial. This booster's been waiting to go for some time. In mission mode lore, we had a lot of, in mission mode lore, we had 4 Freedom rockets left over when the previous lunar program was canceled. Max, I don't have enough money to even bring the small SSDO back into service. We lost so much cash. We lost $1 million from that RUD. So, yeah, I have to use Freedom. I really don't have a choice. It's not enough for the full payload complex yard. So I'm gonna be using Freedom for the time being until we get enough to get the small SSDO pad up and running. And even then, I'm going to use Freedom to basically bridge the gap of what the small SSDO was supposed to do. Or what the big SSDO was supposed to do. This will sub in for it for now. It's pinch hitting for the big SSDO. In an expendable format for now, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Well, a 20-ton reusable vehicle with a 1,000-ton launch pad dethrone, yeah. So, Freedom will basically... The reason why I'm pressing Freedom back into service, I probably could get away with using the small SSDO right now, but I want to make capital, and I don't want to keep you guys in a development loop. It's so annoying. I know you guys don't want to see that. You guys want to see rocket launches. So we're going to use Freedom, right? We're going to use it now to get us back up into space. We'll use the small SSTO. We'll use the small SSTO as the crew component, as intended. And this will pick up the slack. And then we go from there. Okay. First integration campaign in a while. Let's see what happens. We might be doing a block buy of Freedom Boosters in the future. I'm sure that's good. Fat fingered the keyboard a little bit. Probably you sound repetitive, but this is actually blowing my mind. I just strapped 20 SRBs on that sucker and hit the space bar. The idea, Dethrone, is that I want to teach people how space programs go together. It's not just putting rockets on the pad and hitting space bar. There's other things that it does that's kind of important to understand. Okay, 89.9. Lock it in. Okay, let's go down here, take this, remove the torque limit there. Torque limiters on those can stay at 20 and 1. Okay. Tension this sucker a little bit. Go down here, take this, set that to 0, set the aft pivoting hinge to 0, and mine. Will you be checking out the lunar eclipse tonight? I gotta pay attention to integration, so I don't know. Yes, bananas. I'm busy. I gotta make sure that I stay focused here, guys. It's the first time I've done this in a little bit. Check for alignment on the interstage attachment point. It's right at 90. Perfect.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Ambroso, 37-month resub. They added an F-18 to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, I know, Green. What are you whining about, Yarg? Wow. Hey, Ambroso. I just went permanent this week, so I've been doing paperwork all day. Hey, well, that's good. Cool, man. First time in 13 years that I can get paid to go on vacation. Yeah, that's good, Ambroso. Not whining, just asking about the number of Freedom rockets you had because I thought it required a vote for more than one that you had saved before. I don't think it's a vote on me buying more Freedom rockets. I think that's really only the case if I'm buying them for chat-funded missions. All right, well, first stage integration there went about as good as I remember. We got, Audrey, you're right. We got most of the kinks on this thing figured out completely. I think we're good. Chat funded missions. Yeah, chat funds the missions, Oriole. I haven't done a chat vote in a little while, but you guys basically denote where my Kerbal spaceflight program goes. It's a hybrid career mode save. You guys fund the missions, right? And you fund like kind of where the goals right now, right? Like right now the goal is lunar. It's been set for a lunar program for a long time. But because we've been bogged in SSTO development, it's been an uphill battle to say the least. Plans for payload. I'm thinking ScanSat. I'm thinking whatever satellite makes us the most frigging money. Because I need cash, John. I need cash, bro. Yeah, Axel. Well, the reason that Freedom's Pad works so well, dude, is because of the lessons learned from Condor, i.e. don't make a pad like that. What role does the SSTO play? Crew. Crew for the small one, and payloads were supposed to be for the big one, Nephodia. The small one hasn't changed, but the problem is I don't have enough cash to small one. Okay, I was just trying to remember from the discussion. Alright, dude, I thought you were throwing a fit. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm in this mess because of you, you jerk. No, it's alright. You're not a jerk today. Yesterday. Alright, anyway, so let me finish what you're saying. I was just trying to remember the discussion we had earlier, the SSTO development process. Yeah, I think it was for chat-funded missions, dude, if I'm remembering that correctly. What happened to Condor? Condor doesn't exist in this universe, Ewok. This is a new save. Yeah, we have our extended upper stage right there. There we go. Bill, let's put this sucker together. Chat is a bank. Do you have a loan? Chat's not a bank, and I don't take loans. No. I literally said the exact opposite of that, Seakraken. Also, this is not my fault. I wasn't even here when you installed the mod. I would be making Saturn V's right now, Yarg, if it wasn't for you. That one boat. I'm just gonna pretend that it's you. I installed a mod to try and fix some docking port problems that I was having airborne. It fixed 1 or 2 problems and broke and made like 5 or 6. Oop, not the right serial number. Bro, handy up. One blew up on the pad. Destroyed the pad, the SSTO, and the payload. I'm out $1 million. So I don't even have money. I don't even have enough money to get the small one working how I want. So we have 4 Freedom Cores left over. I invested some money in building its pad back up, and I needed to start grinding out missions. I'm off to bed. Good luck. You're not even gonna be. But if you listened to me, you would be flying Skylon, so still not on you. The rule set was always that I chose the architecture, Yarg, and you guys voted on it. It's not my fault if you don't understand the rules. Yeah, bro, handy. Look at the link that Ewok posted. I can't watch it. I can't watch it. It's so... Watch it and look at the pain in my eyes when I realize what's going on. The pain. It's in like the first 4 or 5 seconds. I say, chat, get down. And then there's a pause. Pause it right after I say that. Look at the pain in the eyes. The pain inflicted in this area here, man. Dude, like I said, I wasn't even mad. I wasn't even mad. I was so sad. That's like the first time I've ever gotten like actually sad about, like, actually, you know what? It wasn't even sadness. I was stressed. Stressed the frick out is the right way to say that. Just straight up, pure, unadulterated anxiety. I'm just like, you know. Yeah, right, Smarks? Yeah, it's just, oh, that's how this happens. Okay. I saw resigned disappointment. How many hours went into building and set up for that tragic event? 2 solid months, Trident. 2 months of getting that thing all working together correctly. And you know what? That's quick for me. Ask anybody here. It used to take me years to get the pads right. It took me a year to get Condor's pads right. Actually, Condor's pad was 6 months. Designing the shuttle stack was another 6. Like, six months since chat voted on SSTOs. Yeah, it was 4 months of the small one, Kyron, right? and then no, 2 months of the small one, 2 months of the big one, and then I would say that last 2 months is just flying missions to try and get cash back. I know what the fault tree is, Brohandy, so that's the good part. The bad part is that I don't have anywhere near enough money. So I press freedom back into service. What, is the game designed to be that labor intensive, or do you decide? Oh, no. Modern, you can build a rocket in the VAB, set the tanks to be fully fueled from the start, and then launch it right off that pad by hitting the spacebar. Integration is something that Kerbal never was intended to have in it. I figured out a way to do it. Yeah. I do it because of the challenge. So, Trident, you've probably heard me during Space News figure out why Starship is doing a certain type of testing, or explain why a launch pad works the way it does. It's because I morph Kerbal's rules in a way that'll teach you the right type of mentality to understand how this stuff goes together. Basically, mission mode makes you think about the full end-to-end solution. You're not just thinking about the rocket and its performance and its payloads. You think about the rocket, all the vehicles to move it, all the vehicles to build the thing, the pad, the ground service equipment, fueling, everything. I have to, Luffy. Don't have enough money for the small one. Yeah. We really screwed the pooch with that thing blowing up. I was integrating things before the developers put robotics in the game, though, Airborne, before you started watching the stream. That's part of the reason why Condor's pad took so damn long, because I built Condor's pad without robotics. They're not clipping into the pad, they're clipping into a shroud. That has no collider. It's fine. That's done on purpose, it's for alignment, Wookie. Passing, you know what? I probably should have just kept using Freedom rockets until I had the SSTO architecture, small and big, completely fleshed out. That probably would have been a better way to do things. Mission mode is also supposed to teach you about the mistakes NASA made and what's the right spaceflight policy, mistakes NASA's made in the past, and wins that NASA's done in the past. And yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to teach people about that stuff, right? So yeah, I probably should have kept doing that, just like the Air Force should have kept Titan 3 going until the shuttle was fully operational. Yeah, of course, Airborne. Man, this taller VAB is really, really nice, actually. I only really used this thing once or twice. And EJ, everywhere I go, people love your GO. Oh, the go and don't panic? Oh, that's cool, not Nick. The rocket emotes. People really dig the rocket emotes, dude. I like that. That's cool. If I recall correctly, you shelved Freedom because the SSTO pad caused too much lag. That sounds right, Twitching. Yeah, Jason, good times. People want Starship, a Starship rocket emote. I don't know if I have enough sub slots to do that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Not Nick. Thanks for the 5 subs, man. I appreciate it. Alright, let's check for alignment on top of the second stage. 89.9. Man, this thing was good. We had this thing dialed in, dude. Unbelievable. That thing is perfectly straight up. Freedom was never the problem. We canceled Dart, not freedom. Yeah. Bill? Get up. The D mount, yeah, QED. Every time they get out, I'm like, eh. Is this the best integration facility yet? This is the best one that I've made, yeah. Nick, 27 months, we still going. Kind of hard to believe I'm watching for a year now. Yeah, it's a long time, man, but just keep in mind, there's viewers like Yarg, Jason, Schmoog, Buck, one of my moderators. There's Yuck, there's Black Raptor. There's guys that have been watching me for the better part of a decade, man. I've been doing this since 2012. Yeah. S-Master, you came along in 2015. Yeah, Bluegill. Yeah, there you go. 5-year club. A lot of you guys in here have been here for, yeah, quite some time. Passing, yeah, you've been in here. Bro Handy's been in here. SKS, Barkwell, there you go. Old school. Yeah, Corsi, yeah, I remember you playing GTA racing when we first started doing it, dude. And that was in 2015, so there you go. Yeah, I think you're about spot on. Lucky Charms, I mostly like would have been going since summer 17. Condor, Lucky, yeah. Summer 17, I was working on Condor 9 and getting it right. Yeah, Airborne. It's been a while. Panta, well, yeah. How the frick haven't you banned me yet? Incredible patience. I mean, look, you're a cakewalk compared to Yarg. That guy's a hi, Yarg. Oh, hi, Yarg. What's new with you? How's your Yarg life? My 2-year-old loves watching you play the rocket game. Okay. Wait, there's no way GTA Racing was first in 2016. 2015 is when we started racing. 2016 was the first New Year's bash. Yeah. Woohoo! Harping on Yarg. Oh, guys, I used to blame Yarg for everything. I fat-fingered a key. Yarg's fault. I remember Condor in the ads during racing. Yeah. Giggle cream. Giggle, 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 wah, wah. It's good times, man. And hopefully there's another 10 more. I think I got another 10 years in me. I mean, as long as you guys are here, people keep watching, I'll keep doing it. People stop watching, well, I don't really have a choice in the matter, do I? Yeah, Drool, I got you. The store leading the fight against communism is having a blowout sale. Ammunition has a wide array of peacemakers. Come buy ammunition on Militia Monday and enter to win an anti-aircraft gun actually used when we whooped Australia's butt. No, and get 10% off all armor-piercing bullets. We're the only gun store that lets you try it before you buy it. You need anti-tank missiles? We got them. Flamethrowers? Oh, yeah. Remember, don't dial 911. Dial 357. Ammunition. Protecting your rights. That never gets old, man. Oh, it's so stupid. I love it. It's so good. During the 10-minute waiting period, fire off a few rounds in the ammunition gun range featuring pictures of famous commie pinkos. A store like that needs to exist in real life. When was the first Hunt the Streamer? Oh, frick if I know, dude. And get free screenings of the documentary Red Dawn. Ammunition. Protecting your rights. Okay, so the last thing that we launched was Tidris. We launched Tidris here. That was the last thing with the tri-adapter. Oh, nice, Legacy. That's close enough. Close enough. All right. Well, we got to go look at the missions, right? Actually, no. What we can do here is get that Mark 7 satellite from the shuttle and literally put it in here. Yep. Yeah, Zeppelin. Yeah, that's fair. The Mark 7 sat. The one with the payload dispenser. Merge. And then we simply take it off the payload dispenser. It's simple. We take it off the payload dispenser and we put it on here. And we retract the scanner. Same satellite, and we can get rid of the shuttle payload dispenser because where we're going, we don't need that. And then, Anan. Okay. You have a license to run that? Wait, what? You have a license for that, mate. You ever just fired your gun up in the air and going, ah? Lay down for this one. Oh, he does for this one. Alright, close out the fuel tanks. So this satellite was one of the satellites we were going to launch on the rideshare with Liberty Lab last night. And I guess we had the budget for a functioning spare. This is what's going to go on Freedom. This one's going to go out to the moon first. And then it's going to go into Kerbin retrograde orbit. Should get us some cash here. It's the thick payload fairing, Nick. Damn, boy. Damn, boy. Damn, boy. That payload fairing thick. That's a thick payload fairing. Damn. Ha-ha! You guys know you can click on your name and see when you've been following, right? Damn, boy. Are you paying attention to tonight's lunar eclipse? Yeah? I'm paying more attention to the football game right now, though. Yeah, Oreo, I've been doing this for a long time. Told you, 2012 was a long time ago. I almost got it. December 2022, guys. I will have a decade of streaming experience under my belt. I've been doing this longer than most. You're playing Satisfactory after this? What about food? What about sleep? Brimo? Brimo? Look at me. Look at me. Do you trust me? Do you trust me? Bald spot. I trusted you last night and my summer car stopped you from making any food. You didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question. The food will be cooked. Chat, I'm going to make Remo some stew. So I got some flank steak, so I'm going to take some flank steak. We're going to pan fry some flank steak, right? And then we're going to put some rice, broccoli, carrots, cauliflower. I'm going to cook all that tonight. Damn, boy. Meal prep, dudes. Remo and I are trying to lose weight. We're both unhealthy. Our diets are unhealthy. Let's just leave it at that. I'm fat. Brimo is just, yeah. She's trying to lose weight. We'll just leave it at that. So am I. Shut up right now? I don't know what you're talking about. Because it's not a simple yes or no. You will have a feast waiting for you tomorrow morning, woman. But what about McNuggets and McSyrup? Oh, dude, my diet is just, guys, it's just eating less. That's all. You know what, man? Eating vegetables is okay, as long as you A, eat it with meat, and B, eat a lot of it, because it fills you up and it's not very high in, it fills you up and it's not very high in calories, which is nice. How's things going? Good, good, good. For what it's worth, guys, I'm down. Remo's down too. I was 246 on the scales this morning. 246. I am down from 255. Lost 10 pounds already. Yeah, but with Rush, yeah, I know. I just don't really say anything about it, man. I think that's where I'm getting all this energy from, guys, because even just eating better, like instead of going to McDonald's and getting nugs, even though I love nuggets, they're my favorite, I still do it. Just not every night, you know. Been watching, hey, Ephraim, yeah, of course. Since 2015 when I discovered your channel while doing homework freshman year. Now I've been working as a mechanical engineer for 2.5 years and still drop in from time to time to see what the latest project is. My guy! That's awesome, Ephraim. Yeah, dude, I remember you around when I was working on the shuttle, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you got out in the world. You finished it up, dude. Engineering degrees are no freaking joke. It's difficult, man. It's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff you gotta understand. Turns out physics is a little bit complicated. And making things do physics is even more complicated. PLF integration is happening now. Think you can get down to 100? Bagel buddy! 5-month resub! Or, no, 5-month resub. That's gifting 5 subs, boy! It's even better. Birthday subs. Feels birthday, man. Look into keto? No, I'm just looking into eating less. Eating less. Well, it's not even, actually, no, that's not even right. It's just eating less food with less calories. But eating habits not change. Just stop eating junk. Stop eating bad food. Just start eating good food. You don't need to change much. It does require me cooking more, but I like cooking. Cooking's fine. I enjoy it. It's engineering, but with food. Yeah, the cool word. Yeah, fat. P-H-A-T. Yeah, basically just portioning stuff out, dude. Just portion stuff out and make sure it's good food. Like, you know, make sure you get enough plants. Get steak. Or I mean, some people just don't even do the steak part, you know. I'm just making sure I'm just counting the calories a little bit better and just making sure we got good food. And like, seriously, it's made a huge difference, guys. Like, look at the stamina from this week. Are you kidding me? I've done 4 15-hour streams back to back. Okay, maybe one of them was a 12-hour. Still, though. This is my full-time job, Dethrone. I've been doing this professionally. I've been streaming since December 2012. I've been doing this professionally since September 22nd, 2015. Yeah, man. I'm, like, seriously, I wake up, I feel a lot better. And that and getting a good night's sleep really does help. Alright, 89.9 on the payload fairing. Just plop her down. Undo the payload latch. Boom. Orange rocket, man. Man, that thing went together real easy. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, man. I'm already down 10 pounds, feel a lot better. It's strange, dude. You wouldn't think that like 10 pounds would make that big of a difference. This is such a good system, dude. She's a beast, not Nick. Freedom is about as good as you can get, man. The best part of this, the pad has no robotics on it, so you don't need to worry about drift. Not that that makes a difference anymore. I can still have drift on it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We figured out a way around it. I'm going to my freshman year in high school, and I don't know what classes I should take. You're going to your freshman year of high school? You don't know what classes you should take for engineering. Okay. You're going to want to take Algebra 1, Frank. If you haven't done that, Algebra 1, Algebra 2. You want to do aerospace engineering? You need geometry, trig, calculus. Geometry, trig, calc, Algebra 1, and Algebra 2. That's what you need. And math is dope, and don't let anybody else tell you anything different. Math is awesome. You can solve you can figure out physics with math. It's unreal. Yeah, all the way to calc. Exactly, Calicus. Yeah, you got it, dude. Yeah, physics, but guys, physics didn't count as a math class for me when I went to school. It counted as a science class, so I don't know if it's changed or not. So, like I said, Frank, you need Algebra 1, Algebra 2, geometry, trigonometry, calculus, and physics as well. Do physics. Trust me, physics is the added win. And then on the science side of things, you're going to have to take bio. You have to take biology. Science side of things, you want to do aerospace stuff, chemical you want chemistry, excuse me. I was going to say chemical engineering. That's not a high school class. Chem is cool. Chemistry is something you're going to want to figure out real quick. Yeah, that's right. Corn syrup's no good for you, caveman. You're not wrong. Freedom is life, coach. Okay. Check for alignment. 89.9. Rocket is in fact pointed straight up. Stats and dynamics, Spartans, might not be offered by some high schools. If you could take stat in... Like, I did stat my junior year, but it was called discrete, which, I mean, discrete really isn't stat. It's like stat light. Calculus is the big one, though. Frank, that's what you need to learn. But not right now. You need Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Geometry, and Trig. You need all of those to do calc. Because calc uses trigonometric, geometric, and algebraic functions. Calculus is like so algebra is here, right? Algebra 1 is here, algebra 2 is here, geometry is here, and trigonometry is here. You need both of those to do calc because calc uses all of the functions that you learn in those classes. That's very important. And if you can do advanced placement classes, do it. And Frank, here's the big one, all right? This is a big thing, and this isn't really a math thing. This is a social component. I know kids. I get, dude, I get it because I was like this. This stuff doesn't change. You know, there's going to be a pressure from the cool kids in your class, right? This is going to sound stupid. Trust me. It's going to sound cringe as hell. There's going to be pressure from cool kids in your class, like, to just slack off. Like, oh my God, when am I going to use this? When am I going to use this? When am I going to use this? Screw those people. Don't listen to them. Get the work done. Just be like, yeah, you know, I get it. You don't like math. I think it's cool. Do not. It'll be like the cool thing to do to like slack off in class. No. Trust me, dude. Utilize as much as your school is going to offer you to get you to learn better. Fire on all cylinders. Don't screw around with that stuff. Heck, don't even watch this stream if you have work to do. You want to learn this stuff now, and you want to know it cold. Like I can recall shuttle facts. Like that, you need to do that with math. If you do that, dude, you will be on the right track. You can't lose. Yeah, there you go, Calicus, right? There's huge social pressure as a teenager to fit in, right? That's just how it is. That doesn't change. And I know, even though I went to high school 15 years ago, that doesn't change.
Discovery.
It doesn't change at all. And if one of the cool kids decides that doing math is not cool, then no one's gonna do math. Oh man, that guy Chad J Thunder Rocket over there, man, he hates math. You know, let's not do math. Like, don't do that. Trust me on this one. Frank, you want to build your work ethic now. Don't call in sick unless you absolutely can't go to school. Get your work done. When the teacher says study for the test, that doesn't mean go home because you don't have to turn in any work, go home and play video games all day. Actually study. How I learn things, dude, is repetition. That's how I get better. I study. I study every night for the stream, and I have been doing it for almost 10 years. I still study to this day to get brought up to speed because I never know what questions people are going to ask in chat. I don't know. I get pop quizzed on spaceflight information for 10 hours a day, every day, right? I got to study. And that's what working is like, dude. Especially if you're going to get into aerospace engineering. That's what it's like. You can't screw around. You don't have time for that now. But on the other hand, work should come first, but that doesn't mean you just have to go home, work, come back. Enjoy it. Dude, one last thing. High school is easy. Don't let anybody convince you otherwise. High school is a joke. It's super simple. Comparatively to the stuff that you're going to encounter after. College, easy. Life is difficult. You know, mission mode rules, you know how they're so ridiculously tough? Yeah, the difficulty levels get that high later for this IRL game that we play. Trust me. Get your work done, but enjoy what you do. Enjoy it. Make friends if you can. You know, that's hard to do. Or go play sports. That's what I did. Sports and auto shop were my vices. That's how I got through high school. Adulting is a pain in the butt, dude. It's a pain in the butt, and there ain't no damn manual for it either. It's such a pain in the tail. You got to go figure this stuff out. It's a pain, but it is fun. It's like mission mode. It's tough, but it's a fun challenge. Like, the second I got that into my head, dude, if I had just gotten that into my head when I was your age, dude, oh my goodness. I could be Eloning right now I could be Eloning in real life right now instead of Eloning in Kerbal, you know? But hey, can't change the past, right? But yeah, Frank, that's what you need. That's right, Vulcan. For reals. But yeah, take the math classes that we said. So Algebra 1, Algebra 2. Geometry, trigonometry, calc. On the science side of things, you're going to have to take bio, but you want physics and you want chem. All that stuff goes together. Real life is the worst RPG ever created. Well, Umbroso, I kind of like it because it's tough. And I don't know what that says about me, man. Alright, move the rocket into stage view. Let's launch, baby. Dude, this is super easy compared to the SSTO, man. I didn't have to worry about this causing problems at all. Alright. No, the Freedom rockets that I had ready to go were in expendable mode. They're gonna be in expendable. Alright, let's coordinate a T0 time. So we're at Y5, day 334, 05, 32. This thing just needs a 10-minute cycle time. This is the RC2A payload. Not Nick with 1,000 bits. Thanks, man. Yeah, Ambroso, it's tough. You're a masochist. I know. I've watched you for 6 years. Alright. So. The payload is Rocco Max Conglomerate 2A. We're looking at a 98-kilometer insertion orbit, and then we're going to translunar injection, and then back to high Kerbin orbit. Okay. Alright, we are go for fueling. Gotta make sure the fuel valves are open here on the vehicle. Both the fuel valves are open. First stage fueling has begun. Upgraded fuel farm for the pad here is now flowing fuel into the first stage tanks. Yeah, Matt, yeah. It's annoying, but yeah. That tangent sermon is brought to you by the subjects of trig, calculus, and algebra. Okay, I will. I'm already in high school. I'm already on my high school junior baseball team and might take JV. Do it. Yeah, Frank, play sports. Trust me, looks great on a college application. If you can nerd out with stuff but also play, keep playing ball, dude. Go in and bat 500. Study the game. Baseball is great, man. It's a great sport. Stick with it. But I think juggling all of it will be the hardest part. Frank, it's fine. You'll be able to do it. Frank, you see the end goal. That's why. You have an advantage over everyone else in that school. Do you know why? Because you see the end goal. You know what you want to do. You see the end goal of spaceflight. You want to design rockets, you want to play Kerbal in real life, this is what you got to do. But the fact that you have an end goal and you can, when you're learning these subjects, it'll be easy because you can figure out, you can draw that line back and you connect it to where it would be in rocket science. You know, you don't just learn out, oh, I don't understand why I need algebra for calculus, right? Trust me, you'll be able to draw that line back. You have an advantage over everybody there, and because of that, it'll be easy. You can balance ball. You can balance playing baseball, sports, and doing your schoolwork. It's not as bad as you think. Trust me, high school is easy. It's gonna seem tough for you, but I'm telling you, it's a joke. You'll blaze through it. There's no doubt in my mind. And don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean it's going to be. Dude, there's gonna be times where it seems like a lot, but you can do it. Like, that's what I mean. You have the end goal. I say it's easy, but it's comparatively easy because you haven't encountered anything with that difficulty yet. You're playing on another difficulty level. Just treat it like a video game, dude. Fine, alright, Dad. Some people don't have it. Some people don't have that, Lithuanian, so... You know, if they're asking me questions like that, I'm going to go ahead and assume that they need an answer because they can't get it somewhere else, so... I don't think that's a bad thing to assume, do you? I know you're just giving me crap, but... Enabling crossfeed. Enabling secondary redundant crossfeed. Velk, if I had had somebody who told me like it was, instead of just being like, oh no, it's fine, you know, it's fine. I know you don't like doing homework. Special needs. I know you don't like doing homework. We'll put you in the easier classes. If I had somebody to light a fire under my tail. And you know what? Like, the screwed up part is that my parents tried to. They tried to, but at the end of the day, both my parents worked, so... You know, I don't come from the most well-off family. Both my parents worked throughout my entire... Both my parents still work, dude. You know, they still work. What sports did you play? My parents made me play sports clutch to keep me out of the house. And because my parents are sports nutcases. I played American football for 7 years. 7 years of track and field. 5 years of baseball. I played in Little League. All the way up to middle school, high school level. I played 5 years of basketball from like 5th grade to 9th grade. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, dude, I played almost everything. The only sports I didn't play are hockey. And I played 1 year of soccer. One year, and that was back in elementary school, so that doesn't count. Okay, closing up second stage valves now. Why do you think I like sports so much? Sports are great, dude. It's like playing video games in real life. Man, that really doesn't take too long, does it? I'm gonna move up our mission timeline to 28. Let's launch this thing. See how she works. Dad didn't put you in a cart? No. Is the payload fueled up? Payload is fueled. For some people, school just doesn't work, and trying to light a fire in them is an exercise in frustration for both sides. Everybody requires a little different kick in the pants, Yarg. It just depends on what that kick is. What the kick is depends on the person. Okay, we're at T-minus 2 minutes. Because everybody has different demons, man. Everybody has their own things that they have to address. But like I said, what lighting a fire for Frank under his tail might not be the same for you. All right. Cycling the throttle. Beginning thrust vector checkout on the engines. TVC checkout is confirmed. Beginning gas closeout. First stage is pressed for flight. Second stage crossfeed is out. We are go for launch. T-minus 1 minute. And counting. Groundside pyrotechnic system is armed. Avionics is on. We go for the handover to auto sequencer start. Freedom 10's onboard computers have primary control of all critical functions. You got it, Frank. You can do it, buddy. I believe in you. You can do it. Trust me. If a moron like me can figure it out, so can you. T-minus 25 seconds. Rock, report range status. Status check. Go Freedom 10. Go RC-2A. Clear to proceed with terminal count. T-minus 18 seconds and counting. Groundside pyrotechnic systems are primed. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff, the reflight of Freedom 10. Launching the RC-2A payload. Roll program is complete. Vehicles pitching downrange. Track's looking good. Okay, throttling down for maximum dynamic pressure. We've entered the throttle bucket, throttling down for max Q. Okay, we have max Q. Throttling back up, vehicle's now going supersonic. Or we've entered the transonic regime here. Not this variant, King. Vehicle's now supersonic. Call looking good here. Next step in the flight is main engine cutoff here, which occur in the next 45 seconds. Beginning core stage throttle back. Trajectory is looking nominal. All systems still looking good here. Stand by, press for MECO. We have main engine cutoff confirmed. Staging. Village motor, ignition. We have a delayed upper stage ignition. Looks like a slight staging problem entering manual override. Upper stage ignition was confirmed. We moved the wrong engine around when we separated, I think, guys. But we should be okay. Stand by for fairing separation. Oh, staging decoupler got in the way, but we're all right. Good fairing separation. Freedom's looking good. Percent trajectory is nominal. Vehicle's crossing 1.8 kilometers a second. The RC-2A satellite is sitting up at the front here. Vehicle crossing 2.1 kilometers a second. All systems still looking good. We have positive perigee. Okay. Second stage engine cutoff confirmed. Plenty of fuel left. Looking good. (98 by 72). We have NOI, nominal orbital insertion. Okay, now we're going to push the RC-2 satellite out to TLI, which is lunar injection. Which will involve a little bit of a coast period here. Hey, Exilate, 14-month resub. Trajectory is good. Man, that thing got out of the hole good there. That was really nice. It's a great rocket. We got plenty of fuel left. Okay, we're gonna time warp around for the burn here. With current tech in real life, how quickly could we get to the moon? Depends. Depends on how big of a rocket we can make, man. 2030. 2025 right now is the goal, but it's not just really a matter of having the tech. Clearly, we had the tech since the 60s. NASA's got to pull their head out of their culo and realize that, figure out, decide that they want to do it. Well, not the people at NASA, the guys that run NASA. Put it that way. Okay, stand by, your go for translunar injection. Travel time, 3 days. I agree, Mark. Stand by for Seco 2. Okay, the next step here would be a course correction maneuver. To get into the right inclination here. That looks good. We're gonna need to capture here, guys, and then we're gonna need to come around. We're going the wrong way. I gotta capture, and then up at Apacinthian, we need to reverse our orbit, and then circularize down at this one. And then after that, we're going back over to Kerbin. And hopefully the satellite has enough Delta V to jump into this Sean's Cannery orbit here. We should have enough to do it. SSTO pad and payload, Ivan.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yes, Moha, and yes. It's all right. I reactivated Freedom to pick up the slack where with the missions the big SSTO is supposed to do, and we're just gonna grind out a bunch of money with this thing, and we'll go back to the moon using this, but we'll launch people in the small SSTO. So right now it's kind of halfway how it was before the SSTO program came about. So I had Freedom 7 and Freedom 10, right? Freedom 7 launches DART. Freedom 10 launches the cargo. We don't have Freedom 7 anymore. We have the small SSTO and Freedom 10. They'll work together until I have enough money to get the big SSTO working, and then we can go from there. So how do you capture the moon's gravitational pull? Like, how do you slow down a rocket? How do you slow down a rocket? Well, you figure out the direction that you're going, you turn around, and you fire the rocket into the direction that you're going. A retrograde burn. That's the brakes. There's no brakes up there. It's like a car with no reverse gear. You only have drive. Okay? You want to go in reverse, turn the car around and drive in that direction. That's how you do it, Taco. There are ways around that. The ways around that is if the planet has an atmosphere. If the planet has an atmosphere, hit the atmosphere with payload, and if you have a heat shield, you'll slow down and you can capture that way. You can hit the brakes that way. There's also litho braking. If you litho brake, you hit the ground. You use the ground, the planet itself, to slow you down. Yeah, litho braking to spacecraft is like what a brick wall is to a car. Brick walls will slow you down. They will. Yeah, if you litho brake, hopefully you have an airbag. You think I'm kidding? There's your heat shield. There's the parachutes on Mars. This actually happened 2 times, by the way. Bonk. Bonk. How's that? Where do you think they got the idea for Curiosity, Shaw? Is this real or CGI? That's CGI, Moha, but that happened. Spirit and Opportunity. That's how they got to Mars. That's how they did it. There weren't no sky crane like Curiosity and Perseverance. They hadn't figured that out yet. Spirit and Opportunity. Poor Oppie. We'll get it one of these days. All right. Okay. Stand by for a correction burn here. Okay, looking good. What's causing the deceleration if you're in a vacuum? Nothing. Hopefully you have a rocket to retrograde burn. And Trident, if you're talking about Mars, Mars has an atmosphere. Mars has air. But the air is not oxygen, and there's not a lot of it. It's got CO2 and nitrogen and a little bit of oxygen, but not enough to breathe. Stand by for SAT deploy. We have nominal deploy on RC2A. Repeat, nominal deploy. Fuel tanks are online. We're now going to put the first stage in, or the second stage into a disposal orbit here. Stand by for the disposal burn. Disposal burn has been initiated. Okay, stage will now burn up. I never put a vent down on this thing, did I? Oh well. Okay. This entire stream is an ELA 5 for space flight, modern. Okay. Next burn on the satellite. It's going to be in about 6 hours in game. Then we'll do a capture burn. Like that. We want to capture burn. We want to do a capture burn, but we want to make sure our apocynthion right there. So lunar apogee, or lunar apoapsis, is over the target orbit. It'll be easier to insert into this orbit doing it that way. And we want to make sure we're as close to breaking the lunar gravity as we can. About like a 0.9 eccentric orbit. Actually, this eccentricity is not 0.9. It's like 0.7 or something. But that's what we're looking for. Gyros on board the satellite, moving it into the position that it needs for burn. Alright, everything's looking good. Let's warp out to the moon, baby! Okay, stand by for lunar circularization. Don't we need a projectile for seismology? Yeah? Satellite spark engine. Firing. We got good capture. Perfect. Now we're gonna get our circularization orbit here, right? Oh, this one's gonna be a little bit on the tough side. That's okay. Just got to get my PE adjusted a little bit. So this is an inclination burn. You generally want to do inclination burns when you're further away from a celestial body. The further away you are when you try to do an on-orbit plane change like this, the easier it is to do. Basically, I see you guys talking about orbits. When you're at the apogee or apoapsis of whatever planet you're around, so apogee around Earth, apocynthion around the moon, apohelion around the sun, etc., etc. When you're at the highest point in the orbit, that's when your potential energy is maximized. Meaning you're going slower. You go slow, right? When you're in orbit, at the highest point of your orbit, you're going slower and slower and slower and slower until you get to the top, and then potential energy is max, right? And then the planet will start pulling you back in, and your potential energy will start going back down, and your kinetic energy will go up. Meaning the planet's gravity will pull you back in, but it'll pull you back in not enough to get you to deorbit. You'll just zip around again and again and again and again. Basically, it's if you think about a car driving down the road, the car's going 20 miles an hour. How easy is it to turn the car when you're going 20 miles an hour? You can go basically around a sharp corner. car's going 100 miles an hour and you try to do that same sharp corner, the car's going to keep going. It's easier to change orbital parameters when you're going slower. So you want to wait until you get to the top part of your orbit, because if I tried to do this burn, this exact same maneuver down here at Paracynthian, it would cost like 6 or 7 times the amount of delta V. It's easier to take a left in space when you're going slow. Now watch. As I time warp to target, watch my orbital speed around the moon. Ready? It's gonna go down. See? It's gonna go down till I get all the way out here. It's gonna keep going down. Look at the difference. It was at 330. Now it's at basically gonna be 130, below 130. Is it easier to turn when you're going 300 meters a second or 100 meters a second? So, in that regard, I'm going to take a left. Ready? Boop. Minor adjustments. So now I got to do the same kind of thing here, but I got to take a left here, but unfortunately I got to take a left when I'm going a little bit faster. But this is not an on-orbit plane change. This is changing the longitude of ascending node here. Bingo. Okay, we're gonna do another time warp here. Watch this. So watch, we're gonna go back down towards the moon. Watch. We're going to start accelerating real fast. 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190. We're past 200. 300. 400. See, as we get closer, our orbital speed gets higher. This is true for any planet. Any planet, dwarf planet, asteroid, heck, yeah, asteroids have gravitational pull as well. Now, we're a little bit off, but that should be enough to be within reasonable deviation. Really, Fistus? Damn, dude. Played KSP a ton for a long time and I watched you forever, but the way you just explained it gave me the that's how it works. It's a balance. Orbits are a balance between potential and kinetic energy. If your orbital eccentricity is 0, i.e. a circular orbit, you don't gain or lose potential or kinetic energy. They stay the same. But the more eccentric your orbit is, the more elliptical it is, the more those two get apart, the more the potential and the kinetic energy get apart from each other. At perigee, you have the highest amount of kinetic energy. You're going the fastest. At apogee, you have the lowest amount of kinetic energy and the most amount of potential energy. You're going the slowest. And the idea about changing certain orbital parameters when you're at AP and PE was thought up by a guy named Hermann Oberth. Hermann Oberth was a German physicist that came up with something called the Oberth effect. Basically, if you're going fast and you need to go faster, when's the best time to speed up? Best time to speed up is at perigee or at periapsis, where you're already going fast. You have maximized kinetic energy. Accelerate there, because if you accelerate out here, you're gonna have to accelerate to that speed and then some. So you want to increase the AP of your orbit here. If you want to speed up, do it at the perigee, because you're already going fast. Yeah, Oberth thought that all up, and then then, you know, he thought that all up, and then a young German student started talking to him and asking him about rockets and how orbital mechanics work. Anybody know who that student's name was? Nah, we generally don't crash stuff into the moon, Unstoppable. Von Braun. Yep. That's right. Johannes Kepler, no. That was a little bit before Oberth, Bagel Buddy. Abraham Lincoln. How'd you know? So is the Unstoppable, the moon isn't really used for the disposal of space junk. A lot of the space junk that we have is not much higher than what's called HEO, or high Earth orbit. HEO is about 23,000 miles that way. What is that, 38,000 kilometers that way? That's where a lot of the space junk is. The moon is 250,000 miles that way. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to crash stuff into the moon. The only stuff that we crashed into the moon by the U.S., the only stuff that's ever been to the moon has only been there from two countries, the U.S. and the Soviet Union. And we crashed some stuff into the moon because how are you gonna know? How are you gonna know it's there? You gotta crash something into it. We've crashed anything from a small shoebox-sized probe into the moon to an entire Saturn stage. An S-4B crashed into the moon for seismic testing during the Apollo program. Oh yeah, 3. There's China. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about them. Yeah, the Chinese have the U-2 rover up there. And there's Chang'e 3, Chang'e 4, and Chang'e 5. So China, the U.S., and the former Soviet Union. Yeah, India crashed too, and Israel as well. Yep, that's right. You know the next thing that I'm going to say? It's only one country that landed people on it. And what happened after that? Alright. I mean, I don't know. If I had the choice between, you know, landing people on the moon 50 years ago or having my rocket explode on the launch pad. I mean, I guess you do what works for you, man. I guess you do what works for you, Cam. Oh, God. Man, I'm tired of being right. Anyway. The magnetometer? Where's my magnetometer? Oh, for Pete's sake. Where's the magnetometer that's supposed to be on this, guys? Who forgot the magnetometer? Huh? Oh well. Damn it, PP! No, wait. That should be there. I prepped this payload to do both of these missions. Oh, the one we put on the SSTO has that. Yeah, that satellite blew up. All right. Nice. Well, while we're here, let's... Whoop. Hey, I reminded you. Yeah, Wookie, the thing is, did I reply to you? So you can remind somebody, but if they don't acknowledge your reminder, did you really remind them? Or did you just, you know, talk to nothing, because that sounds like you did that. That sounds like you did that instead of actually reminding me. Here, let's what about satellites in orbit of the moon? Wouldn't those have stages that we would want to die in orbit around the moon? Do we not have any satellites in orbit around the moon? Unstoppable, generally the satellite does its own circularization around the moon like this. Big words from a man without a magnetometer. Wookie, I'm pretty sure you're just a douche. Yeah, pretty sure you're just a douchebag. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth. Alright, so we have to jump into the retro orbit now, so let's do that. Ready? Tries to play the ha gotcha card, but realizes that you know, if I didn't acknowledge you, did you really though? I'm pretty sure you're just a jerk. Can't believe you forgot the pudding. Yeah, the proof was in it, wasn't it? All right, well, that's okay. We got to get to this orbit now. Gerardra, how you doing? You'd know a little about being a jerk now, wouldn't you? Takes one to know one, Yarg. Let's try this. So I'll move on to the second orbit now. No problem. I was really more interested in seeing if Freedom was was working correctly, and it absolutely is. So we alright for now. There we go. How much did the launch cost? 50K? We're still going to complete the second contract. It's all right. Should be good. This is going to be a little bit of a crazy maneuver, but I designed the satellite to have the Delta V to do this anyway, so. Are you marathoning for 3+ more hours? Wait a minute. Hold on. Isn't Astra doing something right now? Oh, sweet. Let's get this mission done and we'll watch a rocket launch. All right, here we go. Let's finish up this. Get the second thing. Now, this is not the most efficient time to do this type of maneuver, guys, but it's a retrograde orbit. So there's probably a more efficient way to do it, but this one will work just fine. I can't believe I added the magnetometer to the SSTO. That's kind of a bonehead move. But it's alright. We got more Freedom rockets. I'm not worried. Go for fueling for Astra. T0 is 620 UTC. Okay. Okay. And nice. Ah, that was a good contract. So we just made 30K, give or take. 4 science, 9 rep. Bingo. And we have 600 meters a second delta V left, huh? Yep, don't have enough. Alright, RC2A can just get into a parking orbit here. Rename, set it as a science relay. This is the RC2A satellite. Done. Shut down the engine. Safe the fuel in case we need to do something else with this later. Alright. Let's go back to the Space Center. We'll check the pad out. So we should be hovering around, well, we had to put the money in for the pad, so actually, should be around 300K or something. Purdue Space Program is conducting a hot fire of on their liquid engine. I appreciate all the knowledge bombs, everyone. It's off to bed for me. Thanks for the educational entertainment. Hey, my pleasure. My pleasure. What is the Astra launch tonight? Oh, the launch is actually going to be launching a payload into space that can identify people that are jerks from orbit with special advanced equipment, advanced douchebag sensing equipment. You should show up right away, Wookie. I don't know what the payload is, man. All right, let me recover that. Cover that. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. They will never find me, Taylor. Oh, boy. I hope they don't forget to attach it before launch. Well, they forgot to attach something before the last launch. Yeah, it won't see me. It's going to be geostationary above Boston. Now, it's sure going to have a lot of trouble. There's enough jerks here to freaking overload the sensors on that thing. That's the thing, man. I'm from the Northeast. You can say I'm a jerk. That's fine. It's just, that's like saying you have brown hair. You're going to outer space, finding jerks is one of your skills. Yeah, it seemed to come in here a lot, Steve, right? All right, guys. All right, let's stop. So let's take a look at the pad. Make sure the pad's okay. We got plenty of fuel on there for another launch. We should have around 300K. We have 260 because I have the bigger fuel tanks on this, so we got plenty of fuel. EJ, New York style pizza is better as opposed to Boston style pizza. Is that a thing? I don't know. I just play stock Dethrone. Yeah. Do I like ours? Yeah, I just like playing stock. Opinion on deep dish. I like deep dish. Or I like all types of pizza. Thin crust, pan pizza, deep dish, Detroit style. Detroit style is growing on me. I like Detroit style. Which is like, it's Sicilian pizza. It's so square pan pizza. Yeah, we have enough for 2 more launches here, too. Very nice. But, see, at the end of the day, dude, you're overlooking the fact that you just get to eat pizza. Eating pizza is a win. Any day you can eat pizza, it's a win. Doesn't matter what type of pizza it is. Alright, well, that mission was partially successful, which is good. Install the right science equipment next time, jerk off. Man, that's so easy. Freedom 10 is super easy compared to the SSTO. It's a joke, dude. Alright, anyway, we're going to switch over to some launch coverage. The launch coverage for the Astra launches are actually brought to you by NASA Spaceflight, buddies over at NSF. So, yeah, let's tune in there. We're going to watch this rocket launch, and then we're going to play some Satisfactory after that. So let's see what we got. But good to see Freedom working again. Good to be back in space. We'll got to make got about 800 grand that we need.